not have one of these? People are watching.
45 seconds.
Okay, so nobody. We have some time. We have some time to refresh it. Oh! Oh! Dang, that's the kind of thing I wanted to catch on screen, but none of the cameras saw that. What? Yeah. save it. So it's 4468. That's my only password. See, this is the problem I have with iPad. I don't control like
Well, we'll go the whole other things about. I was going to do local IPs through the Wi-Fi thing. Do that or not. IBM people.
Why?
I don't know. They're like the proprietary old dogs for computing.
That's my grandpa. My grandpa was on the board of like IBM from 1950 until now.
So
This is listening to you.
yeah, but you know the only person listening to it right now is me.
That's true. That's true.
I'm the only viewer.
100% of audio input comes from this right now. It's just like
If you're just joining us, this is round 3 of the first game of our Capture the Flag tournament. I'm almost looking down here in the press box of the MAC court in the France Cordova Recreational Center here at the Purdue University Corec in the athletics building. We're in a field hockey court, which is why you can see these plexiglass things topping the outer arena walls. The game is intense. It's a 5-minute round. Right now we're at sort of a stalemate where both teams have taken up barricades just shy of the center, and they're both just hesitating and afraid to push. You can see our moderator there in red. That's about as far forward as the teams are at this moment. That's a call from the moderators on the field. 2 minutes remain in this round of the game. 2 minutes remain. Round 3 of the first game. We have black team versus the Dart Evaders. Sorry, I had to check my notes on that last one. Black team versus the Dart Evaders. This Capture the Flag game is played in 3 rounds of 5 minutes each. 3 rounds of 5 minutes each. So impressive pushing by what I assume is the black team. Oh, that was an impressive hop on that back center barricade. Forcing Trevor to fall back. Oh, and they're pushing up. Oh, a beautiful tag by Trevor. Oh, that's 2. They're going for the flag. A beautiful score by black team with 15 seconds left in the game. A beautiful score.
Agreed.
How's balance?
Audio is on the white side.
My voice?
It's legible, but it's quite really crank that audio.
Okay, try to crank it up. Frame rate's abysmal. Settings. I can turn my bit rate down.
I turned my quality down as low as possible to see if something a little faster.
Oh.
Still.
Can you see the blank green screen stuff?
Looks like it.
I don't know if we can.
Figure out how to put that transition in between.
Maybe the cameras try to cover that. How low can I go before I start sacrificing quality? It's at 2,500, which is the top. If I take that down to 1,500.
That was a really close game.
Trevor, you had some good plays out there. I hope my camera caught that. That's an issue with my audio settings there. Welcome back to the Boyle League of Tags Capture the Flag tournament. For those of you just joining us, we just finished game 1, a handy victory by the black team. and a tough defeat for the Dart Evaders. Moving into Game 2, we have the Average Joes versus Rav 4. Later on in the day, we will see... What?
You keep looking over here. They're looking at,
I had to check my notes on that one, sorry. We have a whole lineup of games today. It's going to be phenomenal. We are looking at a single elimination tournament, so that loss for the Dart Evaders puts them out of the running for the title of champion. Coming up, our next game will be Average Joes versus Rav 4. Both very good teams. Sort of coming into it with a, 2-1 for Rav 4 and a 3-0 for the Average Joes. It's going to be a very intense next couple of games. Please bear with us. We are getting our cameras adjusted on the field. We got a little bit of a late start today. We had some issues with parking. It is a Purdue football game day, and because of that, we had to park kind of on the south side of campus. If you guys know Purdue's campus, it's kind of a big, pretty big place. So we're still waiting on some of our equipment to arrive, and as it arrives, you'll see more and more cameras start to add up to our feed, and we're just so pleased to be able to offer this experience to you today. Our moderators on the field, you'll see some of them wearing red, some of them wearing black. They're all identifiable by these green lanyards that you'll see around their neck. I'm trying to find a picture of David Mitchell right here. This is David Mitchell in red, our club president. He's helping make some tweaks to the barricade positions just to make the next couple of games just flow a little bit smoother. That's the beauty of this sport. Our moderators really know what they're doing, and they do not hesitate to fix problems as they arise. If that's with barricade placement, if that's with people sliding into these barricades. I've noticed that a lot of times people will slide into these and they'll get bumped. Over the course of the game, they'll get moved around. So that's what they're out there doing right now, is just kind of sprucing things up. So fun fact, this field was developed for Boiler Dome 2021. This field represents about 15 hours of work going into designing this layout. It is a phenomenal asymmetrical field with a flat line along the sideline where the press box is. And on the other side, we have sort of an arc of barricades, which allows for a lot of side-to-side play in addition to horizontal play. You get a lot of that longitudinal as well as your latitudinal play, which is phenomenal. We've seen a couple of that in our previous games, people taking up behind this center black barricade in the rear. And it really it changes the whole dynamic, I think. We're going to go back to the field, and we will be right back with you at the start of our next game. Until then, I'm Will Stuckey here with the Boiler League of Tag. I like my scoreboard up here on the thing yet.
Grab it, Jordan on. Green grab maybe?
I can do it. I just don't want to. I don't know why it's prominent.
I think there's a, was it like a studio mode or something where you can do stuff without touching the screen.
How do I do that?
I'll also be helping you guys with action photography.
Studio mode allows you to change your scenes in the background without your viewers being able to see you making changes. If you click the studio mode button, you will see the current live scene on your right while your edit scene on the left.
Scoreboard. You have it pulled up?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not correct.
It's also like seems to be grinding like a frame every 5 seconds. It's been happening all day. Okay.
It's not good.
Yeah, I just saw the frame move on your screen up there.
Also not good. It was working for the first couple of games. Why do you think it's not working, Ed?
Microphone. It also has a voice meter, which allows you to mix audio, and it's probably using that.
Settings.
There you go.
Is that YouTube?
Yeah, it's YouTube.
Is that on the max quality?
On YouTube, as far as that goes, 360p. So you could put it at 720. There, look at that.
Looks good.
Yummy.
It looks good.
Ah, this is OBS.
I turned it down.
You should not be using NVEC controller.
No?
Sorry, what? Are you talking about the video compression?
Yeah.
Which one would you use?
Use HVEC or N. It's like NX264.
What, H264?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's the good video compression. So you're going to throw a little pause in there and switch it if you want. If you want
Yeah.
to get even more boost. I'd say this is magnitude better than what it used to be, though.
I mean, if this is fine, just leave it. Like, you don't have to mess with it. You.
Every
YouTube album is actually a lot different on the.
Go argue over there.
it's just Safari. It all uses WebKit.
Fair enough.
All right, we're back in the booth. My name is William Stuckey. Apologies for that first couple of games. We were using had some issues with our internet, and I know. Very low quality video footage, but we've got everything all straightened out now. Hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, all that stuff. Shake some change. Whatever you do to stay lucky. Our university is not known for its quality of internet, is it?
Absolutely
It is not. So we are taking a short gap in between rounds 1 and 2 of our next game. We're looking at Average Joe's versus Rav 4. Who won that first round, Ed? I was busy playing with computer settings.
I was busy playing computer settings, too. I couldn't tell you.
Trevor.
You?
Well, we're on stream today with Trevor. This is Trevor.
We're on Steam, but we don't know what's happening.
Where are you, Trevor? Come over here. Come closer to the camera, Trevor. This is Trevor. Trevor's one of our members. You played the first game, right, Trevor?
Yep.
Did your team win?
Yes, we did.
What were your thoughts on the game? How did you feel about
It's
that?
pretty even. It's nice.
It's pretty even. I noticed it's a very slow game, especially compared to this game.
Yeah.
Do you guys did you have any strategy to that, or did that just kind of happen?
Draw them out until we can kill most of them, and then while they're respawning, you get a free flag run.
That's a good strat. That's a good strat. The wait and see. We'll have to see if that strategy comes back to help you win the championship. Thank you, Trevor. That has been Trevor. My name is William Sticky. Joining me in the press box, we have Edward. He's my tech guy. You might hear him talk every now and then. We have the big question of the day is: can we do a live stream better than Dart Zone's dumpster fire? Answer: no, we absolutely cannot. I'm flat out willing to admit it. It's been a pretty interesting day, pretty enlightening for me. I've learned a lot about the way different kinds of internet and computers work together. But that's okay. It's a learning experience. You look forward to more Boiler League of Tag live streams in your future. I'm going to put us on the "We'll be right back" screen this time. It's just because I need a glass of water. We'll be back in 2 minutes with the start of our next round. Look forward to another fantastic, action-packed round of Nerf.
Try to get this. So we can
See, Will, I think your OBR at back screen should just be that.
Well, thank you, God, we've got binoculars.
I think that screen should just be
All right, get out of my press box.
that's it.
and then we can.
Wow.
It's the mean version of it.
I like it. I like it.
It's not very practical.
They are not. They are not.
Do I get the stock image of the cameraman? Like,
Oh wait, no way. Is this the big charger one? Can I take this?
no, it's the.
Hey.
All right, we are back. Our next round is about to start. This is round 2 of Average Joes versus Rav 4. Round 3, I'm sorry, of Average Joes versus round 4. We have Rav 4 on our left side of the field today. That's over here by camera 1. On the opposite side of the field is Average Joes. They have matching blue and gold t-shirts, which makes them a very easy team to keep track of on the field. I appreciate the effort. I think you just gotta appreciate those teams that go the extra mile and get that blue and gold t-shirts. Have our moderators on center field, prepping for this next round of the game. We'll go back to them. Moderators at center field, prepping for the next round of this game. Anxiously wait for the. Why is field cam 2? Our moderator's adjusting the field right now. We have head moderator Logan Tang in the back center with the green megaphone calling the start of the game. And the start of the game. Quick push up by the by Rav. Look around. Aaron make the most of that free lane up the right side. John taking up that center position he really does like back there on that black barricade with that Dart Zone Max striker. Average Joe's making a push up the center. There's the call. Once they've taken out 2 of their opponents, they push in for the flag. You can see all 3 of them up on the other side of the field now. They lose 1 man to a respawning Rav 4. 1 player grabs the flag, runs it down the far left side. See if he goes for the goal. And he scores. That will be a score for Average Joe's. Average Joe's coming into the tournament with a 0-2 ranking. They did not win a single game before this. Rav 4 coming in with a 1-1. So it's a pretty even game. In our preseason games, pretty evenly matched teams. Let's go back to the box. All right, we're back. That's a pretty good game, pretty good start to our third round. We're taking a 30-second timeout here while the moderators reset the flags. Capture the Flag is a fun game because you don't ever stop playing. You can always just respawn and get back into the game. But the game does stop while the moderators put the flags back where they belong. Looks like the score is 1-0 for the Joes. We're going to go back to the field for the start of our next round.
You have a little break. And come in here and help you set up yet another camera.
They do. There's one in there. Oh, I see. Don't break during the round. That's the round. That's a...
This one's ready to be hooked up. bit here, and then tell me when the round's over, and I can help you get that thing set up.
John taking the center left again with that Dart Zone Max Striker. He's really got a good, clean angle on the right side. Those L-shaped barricades really make it difficult to get a long shot across the field. There's a call from the moderators on the field. There's 3 minutes remaining on the clock. There's Aaron on the far right with the modified knockout. He's got an inline clip on that, holds up to 6 darts, I believe. He is a crack shot with that, you better believe it. He's locking down all 3 of those gray barricades there on the right. Let's take a look from the other side of the field, shall we? On the other side of the field, you can see the average Joes lining up in a similar pattern. In fact, I think both teams are almost exactly symmetrical. It is a slow start to the middle of the third round. It's not really a start, is it, I guess? Both teams are taking their time. This is a common strat you see. The way they play this is they sit there and they wait. Just having one man up is just such a big... Oh, here we go, a push. Push up the right side. With both the Joes and RAV4 losing one man, it looks like a good old-fashioned 2v2. That's enough for a push by the Joes. They're moving up on John there. All John has to do is survive long enough for his team to respawn, and he does. Oh, but his team is shot off the starting line. It's just John. It's a 2v2. Both teams have one man in the box. And both teams are having a hard time respawning because they keep getting shot out of spawn. Aaron pushing up the right side. Epic push by Aaron. Let's check the field too. Flag capture by Aaron. Look at that. Running it back. Can he make it back? Can he make it back? That's his capture. That will be the first capture for RAV4. That brings the round up to a tie. 1-1 tie. That means someone has to capture in the remaining, it looks like, less than 2 minutes of the round in order to win. Epic flag capture by Aaron Lynn, pushing up the far right side, grabbing the flag and making the full lap around the other sideline back to his team's side of the field. I can't wait to see what the finale of this game brings. These are two very evenly matched, very good teams. We're going to take you back to the field while our moderators get set up for put the flags back where they go and get ready to blow the whistle and put the game back into play. Both teams heading back to their respective spawn locations as the moderators put the flags back on the field. These are not supposed to be long timeouts. It's only a 30-second timeout in between flag captures. And that's the whistle. Both teams taken out. Remember, this round is tied 1-1 with one flag capture for both teams. Capture the Flag is a game that's won by the team with the most amount of flag captures. This is the third round in a best-of-3 game, and it's tied up 1-1. That gives you an idea of how closely matched these two teams are. See a lot of Dart Zone Tomcats on the field today. Dart Zone definitely makes a good blaster, and we definitely see a lot of their products out there in competitive games, especially like this. Oh, a good hit by John, and he's going all the way. He's going all the way, straight into enemy territory. Straight into enemy territory. 4 seconds left on the clock, and John has the flag. He has the flag. He's running it back. And that's a winning flag cap in the last 5 seconds by Jonathan Gray.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the game.
Pretty
We're going to get John Gray in the press box with us 1 second. He's going to talk about his winning play out there on the field. And we're back. We got Jonathan Gray, who scored the winning point for his team in the last 5 seconds of the game. Tell us about that play, John.
At that point, I had in my head, we had already tied it at that point. So even if we just sat there and just waited it out, we would have won. But I could. This is not to say anything bad about the other team, because
Of course,
they play amazingly.
You're a professional.
Yeah, of course. But I could feel the, I would almost call it demoralization.
Right.
As
Oh,
it came
the
in.
momentum changed.
Yes.
And you took advantage of that.
Yes. And I got a good couple lucky shots. Opened up a wing and decided to take it.
Fantastic. Yep. You had a couple seconds left, and you saw the opportunity, and you grabbed that flag. That was an epic play, John. Thank you for a little bit of your time. I don't want to disrupt you. I'm sure you got a lot of darts to reload in preparation for your next game coming up here later today.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Yes, absolutely. We hope to see you back out there on the field, maybe even in the championship game.
Perhaps. We'll see.
We'll see. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
There is about 3 minutes left in between games, so we're going to take this time and go ahead and adjust some of our cameras. Please stand by with some really nice, relaxing footage of our field with nobody on it. Okay. I want to move that. Camera over a little bit.
Which one we got?
It's just not. I was gonna do it. I'm just telling you, this is audio right now. So if you talk around it, it goes on the air.
Sure, that's why I closed the press box.
So don't talk around my computer.
Oh man.
Well, you needed a mic.
Took this mic again.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. What's this? GoPro and hook up the webcam.
Another camera.
Maybe. I know this computer was having a few issues with that. Let's see if I can't get it to work. I just saw the camera and it
Change me to anger.
I saw him run up to the camera really close and then like run away. Okay. Let's see if I can't get my computer to recognize that it's got a webcam on it. No.
Do you want 50 photos?
No, I want 5.
Oh yeah, no, that's easy.
Oh wow.
Those
I know.
No.
Give them socks. Oh. They just run people down with socks.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it's probably recording to OBS as well.
It is recording, right? Ed? Good.
Should be.
Are you talking about like for later? Just recording directly to OBS, or are you talking?
And we're back in the press box with the Boiler League of Tag. We're about to start our next game. The two teams for this game are the Shadow Collective versus Black Team. Is that correct?
It says in your notes.
This is our first semifinal of the evening. Shadow Collective versus Black Team. We have, going back to the field, Shadow Collective on the south end zone and Black Team on the north end zone. Notable figures on Black Team are Noah Larner using a Silly Butts slab today. That's a lever action rifle. We also have Trevor, who's made a bunch of really fantastic plays using nothing more than an Aeon Pro and a single 15-round Talon magazine. I say you don't need to have good equipment to be good, and if you can be a good player with ordinary equipment, that just makes you that much more skilled of a competitor.
All the fancy toys in the world doesn't make you a good person.
Exactly. They say it's 80% blaster, 80% player, 20% blaster. Oh, first flag capture. Black Team making the first score of the game with a right out of the gate within the first 15 seconds of the round. That's a 30-second timeout while the monitors replace the flag, but that is a impressive score right out of the gate for Black Team. Their strategy for this round appears to be just hit them hard with everything you have, and I have to say, it is working. It is working for sure. As monitors reset the flag, I want to take this time to remind you that the Boiler League of Tag welcomes spectators to all of its events. Please stop by. And off the gate. This man in red in the back is our head moderator, David Mitchell. He's also the club president. If you're wondering why he keeps walking around and not getting shot at, he is there on official business. In the green on the right side, we have the Vec, team captain for the Shadow Collective, a team of individual signups that has been doing very well so far. Shadow Collective is coming into the tournament with 2 losses and 0 wins. Sorry, I had that wrong. 2 wins and 0 losses. Shadow Collective leads the ranking in our open season. Can they do as well in the tournament? We're going to find out today. This is the first round of our semifinals. For those of you just tuning in, this is the first round of our semifinal game. The team that wins this will be playing in our championship at 5 p.m. Or perhaps sooner. We don't really have a schedule here. Around 5 p.m. Some impressive barricade peeking in the middle. As with many capture the flag games before it, this game has kind of slowed down. Both teams are feeling each other out, trying to take those pot shots and hoping for a good... Oh! Shadow Collective pushing up the close side, right in front of the press box. If only my press box camera was working, I could show you that action. Vivek pushing up the center with his team. I have to admire the cohesiveness here by the Shadow Collective. Oh, but it was a risky move that ultimately did not pay off as one of their members is down from having moved up. It's now a 3v2 with Black Team having all 3 members, even though they're kind of pulled back on their side of the field. Shadow Collective getting their third player back in the game. His respawn timer is up. He's leaving the spawn box now and working his way back up towards his team. Call from the moderator on the field. 2 minutes left in the game. 2 minutes left in this round. First round of semifinal A for the 2022 Capture the Flag Championship game. Oh, a good hit by Black Team. Black Team taking the opportunity to pushing in, bringing that hammer back into play, and it's working out as once again they're able to take down the remaining 2 defenders and grab the flag unopposed. From across the field, flag capture. That's 2-0 for Black Team in round 1. Call from the moderator on the field, 2-0 for Black Team. 2-0 for Black Team. And I want to move camera 2 to this corner. Yeah, for the next 2 games. Yeah, I do. I really do. I spent 4 hours stacking. I really do, yes. Oh, 15 seconds left as the moderators reset the flag. Yeah. And that's the whistle. Both teams are off the starting lines. Shadow with a member down already out of the gate. Black Team going for a push, but it's not paying off for them this time. We're now looking at a 2v2. Yvette pushing up the right side with an epic over the barricade shot that did not pay off. Noah pushing up the field towards the center. Across the center line, he's on the opposing territory. Oh, and he got. He took advantage of the opening, but he did not see that third player behind the bunker. Some good defense by Black Team. Flag push by Shadow that did not work out. Ten seconds remaining in the round. And that is the end. (2-0) for Black Team. There's a 5-minute timeout in between rounds. That is 2-0 Black Team, round 1 of the first semifinals. For those of you just tuning in, I'm Will Stuckey here with the Boiler League of Tag in our 3v3, sorry, I almost said 5v5, Capture the Flag Championship. The way we play Capture the Flag, we play it in 3 rounds of 5 minutes each. Whichever team has the most flag captures at the end of the round wins. Once you're hit by a dart, you are not out. You can continue to play. You just have to go back to your respawn box and wait out the respawn timer, which for this event, I believe is 10 seconds. But it could be 15. Is respawn timer 10 seconds? What? Respawn timer. 15? 15 seconds this round from the moderator on the field. Capture the Flag is a fun game. We took a look at a lot of the competitive Nerf formats that exist out there, and we sort of remixed our own thing in an attempt to make a game that appeals more to college students, people who don't have 20 seconds from the moderator on the field. Respawn timer today is 20 seconds. That's 4 hands.
Double check the higher ups.
20 seconds in the respawn box, but the point of the respawn timer is that you're not out if you just don't know what you're doing or you're new to the game. And so this game is a little bit more forgiving for new people while at the same time retaining a lot of that really competitive intensity that just makes this sport so good. you're interested in learning more about our Capture the Flag League, check out our YouTube channel, Boiler League of Tag. That's one word, Boiler League of Tag. We have a compilation video of Capture the Flag from the past 4 years. If you can also check out our 2018 championship game and compare exactly how much things have changed between 2018 and now. In 2018, nobody was using short darts. That was a completely foreign concept to the Boiler League of Tag. And today, I think every player on the field is using our club-provided worker short lengths. Here's a couple over here because they keep shooting at me for some reason. You can also find the Boiler League of Tag on Instagram and Facebook. On Instagram, we are Boiler League of Tag, one word. On Facebook, we are Boiler Tag. Stalk us, learn a little bit more about our club, see what kind of events we do. We can't wait to see you at our next event. There's still a couple minutes left between periods before the next round of the first semifinal.
How much time do we have left?
We are going to go down onto the field and set up a moderator with a field camera so that you can get up close and personal with the Boiler League of Tag on our next round of CTF.
Like it or not.
We'll be right back after these messages from our sponsors. And we're back. Both teams are in their starting boxes on either side of the field.
That two pieces of equipment here, that definitely gives you a barrier.
Yeah. I just don't want to interfere with other people.
And there's a starting whistle. Both teams are off. Handheld camera. Back to the static. Oh! Oh! An over-the-top tag by Vivek. Beautiful over-the-top play by Vivek. That's the problem with those L-shaped corner barricades. We find a lot of people get overconfident. They get there and they don't have peripheral. They can't really see what's coming up at them from that other side. Mobile camera watching David move up on the far right, on the black team, I believe. Vivek really controlling the backside of that L-shaped barricade. Those L-shaped barricades, like I said before, are pretty much just traps. They're hardly ever useful, at least against the right side, because there's just no cover there for other players to go. You end up just being behind a regular barricade that only has one way out. But Vivek really making that right piece of cover work for him, shooting into the spawn box as they respawn. Let's see if our field cam has any more closer up. 3 minutes remaining from the moderator on the field. 3 minutes remaining from the moderator on the field. Oh, an attempt at the flag was made, but it did not work out. Black team pushing towards that blue flag. Noah Larner. Oh, a tough fall for Noah Larner. Oh, sliding flag capture. That was a sliding flag capture. That was a good flag capture right there. Epic play by Shadow Collective. You are broadcasting in about 2 frames per minute.
I am?
Yes.
How do you hear the blaster jam? That's disappointing. So that every other application.
Okay, so black team is this one, right? And this one's Shadow Collective with Vivek. Okay. It's games like these, it gets kind of difficult to tell the teams apart because they don't wear uniforms. This is why I, at least, am a big proponent for uniforms for competitive Nerf. I know a lot of people say just wear whatever you want, and when it comes to tack gear, that's absolutely correct. But when it comes to competitive sports, teams that wear uniforms, I don't know. You can just see the effort. Vivek from Shadow with a flag, heading back to his side of the field, and that will be a flag capture. Good job, Vivek. It's
You change that. Tried reloading it and I put the settings down.
right down. What is it? That, for those of you just turning in, this is the first semifinal game of our Capture the Flag tournament. Playing today, we have Black Team on the far left and Shadow Collective on the far right side. Shadow Collective is up 2-0 as the moderators reset the flags and prepare for round 3, I believe. I believe we're on round 3.
I think so, yep. Sounds right.
round 3 of the game. Players on the field are scavenging darts. That's another difference between our version of Capture the Flag and the competitive games that you'll find elsewhere, is that the Border League of Tag does not prohibit, in fact, encourages the scavenging of darts. You might say this makes it easier for teams that play later in the day to have easier access to ammo, and we say that's just the way it is. And that's the start of the match. Both teams are off the sidelines. Oh, running those barricades just a little bit. Moderator is readjusting the barricades. Pushed by Shadow up the back sidelines and the front sidelines. Oh! That's the second or third time that's happened to poor Trevor. When you're in those L-shaped barricades, you really got to be paying attention because that just takes away your peripherals. Both teams down 2 men. Both teams hesitant to push with 1 man up. And both teams respawning off of the respawn box. Someone somewhere just turned on a brushless blaster. 15 seconds from the moderator on the field. 15 seconds from the moderator on the field. And that's round 2. Shadow Collective will be taking that one home with a score of 2-0. Capture the Flag games are played with a best of 3 format. Shadow Collective did win that last one with a score of 2-0. The moderators will be preparing the game for round 3, I believe. There's a 5-minute gap in between each round, so we're going to take that time to tell you. Talk about some of our sponsors.
I think it's my turn.
Border League of Tag is sponsored, as always, by Sam's Club Cola. Sam's Club Cola. You can't afford real Coca-Cola, but you still want something that tastes kind of like it. Sam's Club.
They give us no money for that, but we still felt obliged to sponsor them. I guess that's how good soda they are. Anyway.
We're going to take this 1 second and readjust our roaming moderator on the field camera. We'll be right back with you, our absolutely most favorite viewers in the whole wide world, in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, I'd recommend that you go get a snack. Go check out some of that Sam's Diet Cola, because nothing makes a cola more appetizing than when it's named after a man. We'll be right back.
not updating. All peripherals have been taken down.
And we're back.
You gonna tell them to refresh it maybe? Or, I don't know. More IT problems.
Don't say that. Gotta fix this. We have 1 minute to fix this.
Can you try toggling start stop? There you go.
Recording. And we're back. Sorry about that, folks. The internet in the whole building just turned off, and we had to get somebody to come and turn that on for us. But we're back, and just in time for the next round. We have a field camera for you today. We're going to be following this next round up close and personal with our lovely automated camera. In case you're wondering what we used to put all this together, we used a collection of 2 people's laptops and 3 people's smartphones. That's right, we have no specialized equipment, no specialized training, and no specialized anything. So if you want to do this yourself, if you ever want to record anything, stream it, stream a sport, stream a hobby, stream a Nerf game, all you need is a laptop and a couple of phones. It is phenomenal. I mean, you can judge us by our quality. Our quality's not the highest. I will fully admit that as we show you this potato view of Ed walking around with his cell phone. But let's take a second look at this arena. For those of you just joining us, we're playing Capture the Flag in the MAC Arena of Purdue University's France A. Cordova Recreational Center. This is a indoor field hockey arena, which is why the walls are both curved at the corners and topped with plexiglass. It is a phenomenal field to play in, and it keeps all of the darts inside the play area for easy cleanup at the end of the event. The moderators are taking center field and about to kick off this next game. This would be round 3. On my left, we have Shadow Collective, and on the right side here by the blue flag, Black Team. And both teams are off. You really get a feel for how intense these games are from the on-the-field view. Black team's coming into our tournament today with a 1-1 record in the open play portion of the Capture the Flag League. They've won exactly as many games as they've lost. Shadow Collective comes into it as the undisputed leader with the highest amount of flag captures in our Capture the Flag League, if you can believe it. As we enter round 3, both teams, you can sense that both teams kind of know that everything's on the line for this. The winner of this game makes it into our tournament that we will be playing at 5 o'clock p.m. tonight, Eastern Standard Time. As the round kicks off, you can kind of feel the intensity in the air. Both teams are very reluctant to push, which is a marked difference in the way that both teams have been playing. These teams tend to play recklessly and just throw their teammates at each other, in an attempt to get the flag.
We got fries.
Both teams playing conservatively. Vivek with a push. Oh, but he retreats back to the L-shaped barricade on the left-hand side. Black team moving up the center line, taking the centermost barricade, which is a power position if you know how to use it right. Call from the moderators on the field. 3 minutes left in round 3 of the first semifinal of the tournament. It's a good hit by the black team. Black team losing Trevor out of the center. Vivek pushing up the right side like he does. scooping up that flag and making it back across the field as fast as he possibly can. He's only to run it in for a flag cap. That's going to put Shadow Collective at 1 to Black Team's 0. Shadow Collective 1, Black Team 0. Both teams are resetting back to their spawn boxes as the moderators reset the flags for a 30-second timeout. While we wait for the moderators to reset, I'm here in the press box with Andrew, who's eating his dinner. Andrew, your game is coming up yet, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Have you played once today?
I have not played.
You have not played once today. How do you think your team's going to do?
Well, we've been preparing for the past few weeks, so we're pretty excited for today's event. I've just been assembling my blaster that unfortunately wasn't working this morning, but it is working, and I'm excited to play later today.
You heard it from Andrew. He decided to play later today. Maybe we'll even see him in the championship game. We're going to go back onto the field as they start the next round of the semifinal. Black Team versus Shadow Collective. Look at our moderator sit down on the ground. He must be very comfortable. Shadow Collective coming into this up 1 point. They're very determined to defend that point. Black Team on the back foot here. If they let the time run out without scoring, they will lose. And this is it for them. Right? I got that right.
It worked fine at first. Somehow it just fed really badly.
One minute 30 from the moderator on the field. Less than 2 minutes remaining on the clock for the moderator on the field. Remember, Black Team has to score or they're out of the tournament. This is it.
Did I hate you? I got one guy. You know how close I was to my ear drum?
Let's go, Vivet.
Pushed by Shadow Collective. A risky play if I was given my opinion here, since they're already up a point. Oh! Yvette grabbing the flag and making it back across the field as fast as he possibly can. Oh! Both teams there grabbed each other's flags and ran across. Vivek managing to get across the finish line just slightly faster, resulting in a 2-0 for Shadow Collective. That's 2-0 Shadow Collective. Play on the field, a simultaneous flag capture given to Shadow Collective barely by the skin of their teeth. Thanks to Vivek. We'll have Vivek in the press box after this game, and he'll tell us about that epic play right there. Moderators are resetting the flag on the field. Both teams have 20 seconds to be back in their spawn boxes as the moderators reset on the field.
Well, did you was a water in your laptop?
I didn't see a water, no. I'll get one though after this.
I might be in my car. I packed the water bottle, but it's done. What? I almost got to the car.
And both teams off the line, taking for the center. VVEC going all the way. 3 points for Shadow Collective. That's 3-0. All 3 points scored by VVEC.
I would never score an extra flag just for that game.
All 3 points scored by VVEC. A little bit of a flex just to score in the last 10 seconds because he can. Hey, bring me VVEC.
Oh, hey, Will.
Hello.
Nice to see you here.
Yes. Do you want to be on the internet?
What's that?
Do you want to be on the internet?
What?
Do you want to be on the internet?
What do you mean?
For those of you just joining us, I'm looking here at the Boiler League of Tag. We just wrapped up our first semifinal game of our Capture the Flag tournament. I'm here in the press box. That was a very intense game, a very intense, almost simultaneous flag capture with VVEC barely eking out the win in that. And of course, him going on to score 2 more points for his team, so they can take it 3-0. We'll definitely be seeing them in the tournament. That puts Shadow Collective at 3 wins, 0 losses, making them the one of 2 teams who have never lost a game so far. Thank you, John, for that enlightening commentary. We're getting VVEC in the press box right now. He's going to tell us exactly how he operates.
Like sports commentary?
I'm in fact doing sports commentary. We'll be right back with the man, the myth, the legend himself.
Oh, is this an interview?
I'm here in the box with VVEC, who scored 3 out of 3 points for his team in that last round there. The last one, tell me about that last flag capture right there.
Oh, well, I mean, we were going to win anyway, so I wanted to let our team, make it a team effort. So I passed it to my teammate Xavier. I thought it was a pretty good way to end it. But all of our team did everything we needed. David was covering fire. Me and Xavier were pushing. And Caleb was also covering fire, so it was a win-win for everybody.
Win-win for everybody,
Yep.
yes. Everybody meaning your team, right?
No, even the other team. I mean, they gave a good game, so
They did give a good game,
that's what we wanted.
even though they didn't capture a single flag.
Well, they captured a lot. They captured 2 flags in the beginning, so
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
that was
true.
tough.
That's true. The
Yeah.
first round was tough.
yeah.
Tell me about that play where it was an almost simultaneous flag capture.
Oh well, as everyone in the audience can see, I don't run that fast, so it was kind of lucky to start first than Yarrick, but Yarrick was also really fast. So if I stopped for like 1 second, he would have won. So that was a good game.
That was a great game. I would say that play is what cinched it for you.
Oh,
That
thanks.
single play. All right, good job, VVEC. We hope to see you out there in the championship game.
Yep.
Thank you for your time. I'm sure you got blasters to reload and strategies to perfect.
Some nice headphones though.
Yes, they are.
Yo, I like those. These are fucking great.
Still a couple minutes left in the period before our next game as players get ready, both teams in the locker rooms, prepping and reloading. We're going to go down to the field.
Is it really that much better for sound quality? That's what
We're going to go down to the field and adjust our cameras just slightly, and I need a bottle of water because my voice is killing me. So we're going to leave you on our lovely yellow "We'll be right back" screen with our BLT guy. Consider following the Boiler League of Tag on Instagram at Boiler League of Tag, or find us on Facebook at Boiler Tag.
I guess that interface is.
You can also find more information about the Boiler League of Tag on our website, boilerleagueoftag.weebly, or on our YouTube channel, Boiler League of Tag. We'll be back in just a few minutes
That's also the point behind.
with the second semifinal game, I believe. Second semifinal game.
Yeah, I've spliced a few of those in a 40-foot one for my.
There we go. Now I have the volume turned up. Now you should be able to hear me. My name is William Slicky. I'm with the Border League Tag. We're here on our Capture the Flag Championship games in our, the last games in our competitive tournament in the Corec, the Francis A. Cordova Recreational Center, if you will. These are the top 6 teams that have established themselves as truly the best amongst our league. And today they're playing it out in a single elimination tournament for the title of Capture the Flag Champion 2022. These are teams of 3. Normally we do teams of 5, but this year we shrunk it down to teams of 3 just to change the flow of the game, and I think it helped tremendously. Coming up for our next semifinal game, we have the Nuggies versus RAV4. These team names were picked by our members. Please keep that in mind as I say Nuggies over and over for the next hour and a half. That's a team name picked by our members, not by me or the Border League Attack. The Nuggies, for those of you who may remember, who may have been there, the Nuggies was the team that won Boiler Dome 2022. Their team competed in a 5 versus 5 Ion Rush tournament we held at Boiler Dome, the biggest invitational in the Midwest, and they took home the championship for that. So it's good to see them back on the field in their trademark red and yellow jerseys for this next game. Our moderators are currently setting up the field, and the players are currently loading. We're in a sort of 5-minute period in between games that we give our players time to go to the locker room and kind of cool off, or grab their gear, grab their darts. We have 60 darts per person ammo cap. While we're waiting for both teams to take the field, I want to talk about a blaster here, just to give you an example of Purdue ingenuity. Do you want to talk about this?
Sure.
I have with me today Edward. He is a Purdue student in engineering who built a really cool little blaster that is like top notch, and I don't see a lot of people talk about. So we have one with us here today. What is this, Ed?
Thank you for having me on, Will. This is 3D printed blaster.
I can see
very,
that.
Very, very easy, very apparent. What can I say about this? What can I say?
How does it work? What's the main propulsion mechanism?
It's flywheeler, so it has 2 flywheels up here that protrude out the sides, and it's all 3D printed, 100% 3D printed in robust ABS, not PLA, so it won't melt outside.
I can appreciate that. As someone who leaves stuff in my car all the time and it melts, I get stuff. I appreciate the ABS. You would not believe how many blasters have just sort of turned into a puddle of goo in my car. Tell us a bit more about it. So you said it's flywheeler. What do we have in there? Some kind of hobby motor?
Yes, brushless.
Brushless, okay.
Brushless motors like what you find in a quadcopter, or I'm sure many, if not all people on this stream would be familiar with the FDL. Very similar operating principle here. Similar type of motor. In fact, I sourced this motor from the spec sheets on his GitHub. So the same type of motor there. Similar flywheels, similar Arduino microcontroller in this.
So you have select fire.
Yep, select fire.
So you can do the 3-round burst. I love that 3-round burst, man. I'll play in Cincinnati. Those guys stick their heads up and just 3 darts.
3 round. Yep.
The press of 1. Beautiful.
That is absolutely true.
I'm holding your magazine. I'm sorry.
I got the magazine.
Well, it's my magazine, but
it's his blaster. Yeah, that adds to the.
Tell us about what drove you to create this.
What drove me to create this? I wanted to create a powerful Nerf blaster for as inexpensive as possible. So all of the other ones that you find of this type would be very, very expensive.
Right.
You know, reference the FDL again, because that's the de facto standard of.
That's true. In fact, a lot of our players today will be using the brushless blaster known as the FDL. It's fantastic.
You'll see them in all sorts of bright 3D printed colors around the field. It's a similar blaster, very similar specs, except that one is much more expensive. All custom, all top of the line stuff. I just wanted to do it for cheap, so I found the cheapest parts I could, and I jammed them all together into this, and it looks pretty too.
As a fellow poor person, I appreciate the drive for cheapness. One more thing before we go. This is my favorite part. Sounds like Pac-Man. Okay, thank you very much for sharing your blaster, Ed. We're going to go back to the games on the field. With that, if you guys appreciate that, you can find that blaster, I believe, on the internet somewhere.
That is correct.
It's on the internet somewhere. You can see that blaster in a couple of my videos
somewhere. Yes,
on the Border League of Tag YouTube channel. I do like to use that one sometimes. Back to the field. Our moderators are calling both teams for the pre-game meeting right now. Can I get you to adjust my cam 1 a little bit? Turn it. No. No, don't mess with it at all.
Tell me the quality of this one.
On the field for... That's great. That's perfect. That's good enough. Moderators are calling the teams on the field for the pre-game meeting. Our moderators right now are going over the rules and doing the traditional coin toss to determine which side gets to go where. The two teams playing today are RAV4, which won our second game of the afternoon. RAV4 has Vivek in the green hoodie. Jonathan, we interviewed him on our stream. You can watch the recording of that with the purple hat. And Aaron Lynn with green shirt and gray pants. The team that they'll be playing today is the Nuggies. Nuggies coming into this tournament with a perfect record in the open play season. They have the red jerseys. You identify them with the red jerseys. We have Sam, we have John, number 42, Sam, number 69, and we have Aaron, whose back is turned to me, so I can't read his number. In previous games, we saw a lot of Dart Zone blasters. This game, I believe, will be the first one without a Dart Zone blaster all day. Just something interesting I thought I would point out about the teams. The Nuggies, as I mentioned before, competed at our Boiler Dome 2022 Spring PvP Invitational and took home the championship. Let's see if they can translate those skills to this game as well. What you're watching right now is a camera we've strapped to a roaming moderator. He follows the players around and records the action up close and personal. We also have two static cameras set up around the field. If you're wondering how we're able to do this, we do not have fancy equipment. We don't have any skill. We don't have anything. We have a laptop and a handful of cell phones. So I just want to put that out there. If you're looking to record something, you're looking to stream things, you're looking to do stuff, you don't need anything. All you need is a laptop and a handful of Wi-Fi enabled cell phones, and you too can have a crappy live stream like us.
But it still counts. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know, but like.
Oh, John, across the field shot out of the gate. He's going back to respawn.
How's the streaming? How's the streaming?
Doing all right. Doing all right. Very slow initial game. Stakes are high now. This is real. This is our second semifinal game. The winner of this game will be playing the winner of the last game in our tournament.
Yeah, but like normal. I'm more worried about like the muscles in the inside. Yeah. I mean, this is just a scratch. It's fine.
Ominous whistling as both teams face off in a stalemate. John, number 42, using that L-shaped barrier to his advantage, not getting up in that corner where he can't escape. Sam on the far right side, number 69. From the mod on the field, 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes remaining in round 1. Nuggies in red versus Rav 4. It's a very intense game. At this point, I think both teams know that the first man to get tagged is going to lead to a full-on rush from the other team. First time a man gets tagged, the other team is just gonna push. At this level, all these players are just there it is. Push the left side for the Nuggies. Oh, RAV4 grabbing the flag from the Nuggies. Oh, John goes to stop him and gets absolutely taken out. Sam off the respawn trying to arc those shots, but it's not good enough, and that is the score for RAV4. RAV4 are underdogs in this game. RAV4 coming into our tournament from the open season with a 1-1. Having won one game and lost one game, and of course they won the game earlier today against the Average Joes. RAV4 with their first flag capture of the evening. Moderators are setting the flags now, giving both teams a 30-second grace period to get back to their spawn box. In our Boiler League Tag Capture the Flag games, we play 3 rounds of 5 minutes with a 30-second grace period every time the flag gets captured. Players can, when they're hit with a dart, can respawn after 20 seconds in the spawn box, which means that players don't ever get out of the game, which is nice, especially on a college campus where you have a lot of first-time players. As the whistle, both teams off the line, going as far forward as they can. We got barricade parts in the middle. Oh, John taking another hit off the starting line. Moderators coming out to adjust those barricades. Every now and then we get people who slide into the barricades, and the mods have to keep an eye on that. Andrew with a hit. Making it 2v2. Sam pushing up the right side. It does not play off as he is hit, and John comes off the starting line. Both teams have two down. Oh. Pushed by the Nuggies, taking enemy territory now. They're on the far side. .45 seconds remaining in the round from the mod on the field. Some impressive dodging from RAV4. Sam, number 69, pushing up. The Nuggies on the back foot. They have to capture a flag in order to tie the round. Taking on the flip side, with the Nuggies at that close corner, it is almost impossible for RAV4 to get a man out of the spawn box without getting hit. 10 seconds left. And that's the end of the round. That round will go to the Nuggies. Moderators putting a 5-minute recess for our players to reload for round 2. 5-minute recess on the game for players to reload round 2. Edward, I figured it out. Hang on. the audio back on. There we go. I think we finally got the stream figured out. Next time we do this, I'm going to put a actual scoreboard on it, like you were talking about with the interface.
So I think you can just have OBS read the counts of the text file in real time out to the screen there.
How many people do you think are?
Do you know who viewers are on there?
There's two.
There's two of them.
It's you and me, right?
It's not me.
You seen that?
Why'd you bring that? Or is it just in your thing?
Select thing.
There he is. President of the United States.
And the mods are calling both teams back to their respective spawn boxes. Why doesn't the GoPro work today?
Weird driver issue on my computer. I can probably get it fixed when we get home.
Okay.
I haven't actually tried it using its webcam on there. I just hit the max, it works just fine. But for some reason it doesn't like this.
You trying to get out around me?
Try a little experiment. You just go direct.
You gonna go back to the field camp?
Sure, I'll try giving it a walk this time. Let's see, does that work? Did that work? You know what? It might have. You can try setting up the GoPro.
Got it.
I just cut out the extension.
And they're off the line. RAV4 versus the Nuggies. RAV4 on the right this time, Nuggies on the left. Nuggies in red. Their shirts have the McDonald's logo on them if you're wondering what the connection is there. Both teams set up in a very tense standoff. Both teams searching for that opportunity, that place to make a move. Many frames. Let's go back to this one. Four minutes remaining in the round. Capture the Flag is played in a series of 5-minute rounds. 5-minute rounds. When we add in a 30-second reset period for every time the flag is captured, that time can get much longer very quickly. For head moderator Logan Tang taking a knee in the center of the field, he's getting low so that the darts don't fly at his eye level, and that he doesn't block shots. That's our moderators. Border League of Tag barriers are printed on windproof mesh so that the wind can go right through them on windy outdoor days, and yet they still look nice and sharp and professional for indoor events like this. Noah Larner, who's just on our stream as an interviewee, taking the field as a line mod for this game. We sub in sometimes our junior staff. Even though they'll be playing, we sub them in once they're out of the tournament, just to fill out our staff numbers. John, number 42. Look how he uses that back barricade correctly. He's away from the horizontal facing one, so he can escape to the left or the right if he has to. He doesn't get penned in there. So a lot of players get penned in on those L-shaped barricades earlier in the day. And he takes off around the right. John here in the center barricade that's black, and he got hit. Push that did not pay off.
Do that, don't get shot.
Other John moving up the center with his Dart Zone Max striker. It's like RAV4 pushing forwards, but not getting too aggressive. Staying on their side of the field. Waiting for that opening to make their move. Aaron falling back behind the L. John getting shot out of the gate. Andrew taking a hit. That's 2 men down for the Nuggies. RAV4 up. 3-1 it looks like. 3-1. Less than 2 minutes on the clock from the mod on the field. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. Neither team has scored yet. This could be a draw. John hit off the line again. He really wants that L-shaped barricade, but they've got his number. Andrew able to successfully take the barricade. He's taking shots all the way across the field at John on the other side. Andrew getting really aggressive on the press box side of the field. "30 seconds remaining in the round from the mod on the field." That's 30 seconds in the round from the mod on the field. And that's the end of the round. Did anybody score? That was a trade at the end, resulting in all 6 players being killed. All 6 players were killed. Isn't that impressive? There was a couple of trades at the very end there. Every single player on the field simultaneously tagged out. That is insane. Within the last 10 seconds of the round. Almost looking, we were back in the booth. The booth. It's not really a booth, it's a bench. Back in the bench here with the Boiler Leaf tag at our Capture the Flag Championships. This is the semifinal game 2. Winner of this game will face the winner of our last game, which was the Shadow Collective, in our championship game up next. Coming into this game, we have the Nuggies coming into this game with a 2-0 record. The Nuggies have not lost a game all season. Facing RAV4, the underdogs in this game. RAV4 has played a couple of games today just to establish themselves in the tournament, and they've come out on top. The first round of the game, Capture the Flag is played in the best out of 2. Best 2 out of 3, excuse me. Wow, that's 2 different things. Best 2 out of 3, 5-minute rounds where the team with the most flag captures wins. Round 1, just a reminder, ended with the RAV4 up 1-0 flag captures, and round 2 ended in a draw with neither side managing to capture the flag at all. This third round, even if the Nuggies managed to win, would put the game into overtime, I believe. I'll check with the mods on that. I'm watching the game just like you are through the webcam. The Nuggies came into this tournament looking as the team to beat with several different games of experience behind them, several different tournaments and leagues. They've all managed to come out, always managed to be in the top 3. In fact, it was 3 out of the 5 players that won our 2021 championship are now on the Nuggies team. So you could even say that they took last year's tournament as well. For more information on our previous Capture the Flag games, you can find a video compilation clip on our YouTube. We have a 2021 Capture the Flag compilation, where we show you open season and then our tournament game, which was played in the Purdue Armory last year. We also have the 2018 season on our championship as well. So it's always really fun for me just to watch that inaugural game of Capture the Flag and just see how much things have changed, not just at Purdue, but also in the hobby in general. In 2018, we were not using short darts. We were using full lengths. In 2018, there were players using streamline darts on the field. This year, I don't think I've seen a single full-length person out there. Every pro player on the field is using the club-provided worker half-length darts. That's just one small example of how technology has changed in the past 5 years. There's 5 minutes between periods for teams to reload and get water if they need it, and switch out blasters and switch out players if they have players on the bench. We are 3 minutes into the 5-minute period. There's 2 minutes left on the clock. There's 2 minutes left on the clock. I'm gonna go get a drink of water because my voice is starting to hurt. 2 minutes left on the clock. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more. In case you're wondering what kind of place we're playing in, this is the MAC Arena at the Corec. You see back here behind the field, we have everybody piling their stuff. We have our club dart bins. We have our club loaner bins as well. The Dart Zone Tomahawks are provided by our club to our members if they're looking for something neat to play with. Tomcat, excuse me, not Tomahawk. We have all these darts provided courtesy of the SFAB Student Via Advisory Board. I'm required to say that. This whole event is paid for by Purdue University grant money, and we are incredibly thankful to the folks at the SFAB for providing that to us. This is sort of our player locker room area. You can see our club loaner bin as well as a couple of players and their own personal belongings. And you can see the field visible through that plexiglass at the top of the wall. Inside here we have the dugout area where the teams that are going to play next wait for their game to start, as well as a couple of players from the current teams who are just enjoying a couple of minutes of sitting down. If you're in the West Lafayette area, I highly recommend swinging by and checking out the Boiler League of Tag. We play outdoors mostly. In the cold November months, we play indoors either here in the Purdue Corec or in the Purdue Armory, as well as in many other places across the campus. Here we see the moderators prepping. The moderators keep careful track of flag points, flag captures, flag runs, as well as each team's standing in the game, as well as the time left on the clock. Just a reminder, we are in a period between games. Between rounds, excuse me. I'm sorry. We are in a period between the first second round and the third round of the game, Nuggies versus RAV4. First round was a 1-0 victory for RAV4. Second round was a draw with neither team being able to score. Third round is going to start soon. There is our head moderator calling teams to their spawn boxes on the field. We can see the spawn boxes are on the back side of each field. And they're off the line. Both teams taking up their positions close to the center, but not crossing it. Oh, a push by Andrew that did not pay off. Push by Andrew from the Nuggies that did not pay off.
Zach, that was pain.
Oh! Oh! That was glorious. That was glorious. Oh, that was amazing. Oh, an amazing flight capture by the Nuggies. A knee slide by Sam, number 69 on the Nuggies. Knee slide into clear the bunker, and then an epic flag grab by Andrew, I believe. Number 2, Andrew, number 02 for the Nuggies. 30 seconds while the players 30 seconds while the moderators reset the flags and the players reload and get back to the spawn box. That was the kind of thing we love to see in this sport. That'll put round 3 1-0 for the Nuggies. Nuggies up 1 flag capture. Round 3 Round 2 ended in a draw. Round 1 ended in a victory for Rav 4. And they're off the line. Each team is restricted to 80 darts per person, which you would think is a lot. But when you remember it comes down to 5 minutes of potential game time, 80 darts is not a lot. Of course, those can be shared between teams. So some teams will stack it so that certain players have more darts than others. From the moderators on the field, 1 minute remaining in the game. 1 minute remaining in the game from the moderators on the field. .45 seconds from the moderators on the field. Number 42, John. .15 seconds. All right, so what we have here right now is the first overtime of the tournament. In this instance, the Rav 4 won the first game. The second round resulted in a draw, and the third round, the Nuggies won. Both teams have won one round. Neither team has won the best out of 3. So we're moving into a third round, an overtime round, where there are no respawns. The rules are the same, but there are no respawns. Our moderator has given the teams 5 minutes. It depends on... It varies year by year, but sometimes teams have the ability to reload before the overtime. Sometimes they don't. But this year, it looks like the moderators are being a little bit more generous and letting them have the full 5 minutes break to reload their blasters before the overtime round. Just a reminder, overtime round, no respawns. The rules are all the same. It goes by flag captures, but there are no respawns. So in theory, you can win just by killing the other team and then scoring the flag. If you're just tuning in with us now, my name is William Stuckey. We're with the Boiler League of Tag here in West Lafayette on this November day. This is the final installment of our Capture the Flag League. We play Capture the Flag as intramural sport here at Purdue University, and this is the final tournament. The top 6 teams made it all the way out here today for a single elimination tournament. We are down to the last 2 games. This is the last semifinal to determine which team will play off against the Shadow Collective in the upcoming championship game at 5:30 p.m. It's supposed to be at 5, but it looks like we're a little bit behind schedule, so it's going to be probably about 5:30 p.m., that championship game. If you're looking just to tune into that, we are approaching the first overtime round of the tournament. The 2 teams that are going to overtime are the Nuggies and Rav 4. Both teams have won 1 round, and they managed to tie the third. So with no team having a best of 3, they're moving into an overtime round where the rules are the same, but there are no respawns.
How many times do you want me to do it?
It's a call from the mods on the field. We have 2 minutes left until the overtime round. So now's your time to grab some popcorn. If you're looking to make some popcorn, grab some popcorn. Get a glass of water. I know I will. We will see. We're looking forward to seeing which one of these teams can bring it to the championship game. The Nuggies have a long history of winning. Their team managed to crush it at Boiler Dome 2022. Boiler Dome being our Midwest, the biggest PvP invitational in the Midwest. That takes place on a collegiate campus. We had an Ion Rush tournament that their team managed to come together and bring it into the victory, and 3 out of the 5 Nuggies managed to Quinn captured the flag last year. They were on a different team, but they were together, and they managed to bring home the gold in 2021. So the question remains, can these players bring it home in 2022? In order to win the championship, they first have to get to the championship, and standing in their way is the folks of RAV4. I think we're all very excited to see what this overtime round is going to be. All right, it looks like overtime is about to start. We have the head moderator has called both teams out to the center of the field to talk about overtime, make sure they both understand the sudden death aspect of the overtime game. Both teams are heading out to their respawn boxes now. Both teams heading to the respawn boxes now. We have Aaron on the line mod position this time with a gray shirt and then green player band. Vivek, one of our players we also interviewed, taking up the line position on the other sideline. That can't be right. I thought his team is playing. No, his team is out. And there's the whistle. Both teams off the starting line, trying to take that center position as fast as they can. Looks like a stalemate. Sudden death means both teams are less likely to risk putting themselves into a disadvantageous position. Three minutes, call from the mod on the field. 3 minutes remaining in the game. Man, these players are behind cover so good, even the cameras can't see them.
That is a good question. What? That's the line. Oh, no, I didn't hear you. Oh, my God.
That was gonna last a lifetime. Hold on, hold on. Are we?
Oh! Power push by John. Nuggies pushing it in with 30 seconds left on the clock. Oh, and they take down Aaron. And they take down Aaron. They're up two. And they lost Andrew. It's getting intense in here. 10 seconds and they're tied 2-2. Players. They have 2-2 players. All that for naught. Nobody scored, so nobody scored. No team was eliminated in the 5-minute gameplay period. No team scored. No team was eliminated in the 5-minute period. In an unprecedented turn of events, we are breaking this tie with rock, paper, scissors. We're going to the field now. Have our reporter on the field. Both teams furiously practicing their rock, paper, scissors. We have Aaron representing RAV4 and John representing the Nuggies in red. A narrow victory for the Nuggies there in the last few seconds, coming down to a game of rock, paper, scissors to break a tie. It's a narrow victory for the Nuggies, the narrowest victory. Now? You're doing that now?
So we don't have time for a full game, and after the finals, we're going to clean up the bar here for 7.
Okay.
So I talked to both the teams beforehand, and they're all agreed on it. They're going to do one round of sudden death. So it's the same thing as what we just did. That's going to completely take place. And then I'm also just going to give them the middle, because I think some of these guys will.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Tell me you've ever seen a more intense game of rock, paper, scissors. We're in the box with Sam from the Nuggies, who's just on the field. Tell us about that game.
It was pretty intense. It was locked for most of the round. There was only 2 flag caps the entire game, so that was pretty intense. The last one was both of them were very close.
That was when you did the baseball slide around the barricade to get the guy, and Andrew grabbed the flag guy out of there. That was some impressive teamwork, I will say.
Pretty good.
That was some impressive teamwork. That clip will definitely be on our social media later. Tell us about that game of rock, paper, scissors. What was going through your head?
I was like, okay, I overthink rock, paper, scissors, and I know John will just brain dead it, and he'll just do it, and he won't think about it. So I selected John as our representative because I felt he would be best suited to play rock, paper, scissors for us. And he carried through, and he won the first round, lost the second, and clutched on the third.
Yes. Yes, the most intense game of rock, paper,
That
scissors.
was the most
I think
intense
I've
game
seen.
I've ever seen.
But you guys made it. You're going to the
We
finals.
did. We made it. Hoping for my second medal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Won Boiler Dome, so now I'm aiming for a CTF number
Yes,
one.
you've won Boiler Dome twice now,
Twice
haven't
now,
you?
yes.
Twice now, yes.
So pretty exciting.
Very cool. And as I was pointing out earlier, I think 3 of the 5 guys who won CTF last year are on your team.
2.
2? Right, because Zachary's modding.
Yes.
Right. So, like, in a way, your team technically,
second time around.
technically
I guess.
won CTF last year. So
Yeah.
pretty much.
Pretty much. And then I also were on our team for Boiler Dome, so that's pretty fun.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have darts to reload and strategies to go over with your team for the championship game.
I'm very excited.
We're very excited to see you out there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Coming up next, our team is going to put together a third place game between RAV4 and the black team. These two teams both were eliminated from the tournament in the semifinals, but they made it all the way to the semifinals, so they get a chance to determine which one of them will take home the bronze medal. Due to time constraints from that pretty long last semifinal game, this next game will be a single round sudden death match, and that's kind of the beauty of kind of having a club that's a little bit more on the casual side. Everybody's friends, and it's okay when you do stuff like this. Both teams have agreed to the shorter game format, and both teams are just looking to have some fun and shoot each other since they are out of the tournament. Our 2 tournament teams, the Nuggies versus Shadow Collective. That will be going on at 5, probably 5:45, 5:50. We're trying to be out here as soon as possible because this gym does have reservations after us. That's the downside of being a college club, is we can't have the space as long as we want. Both of our to-be playing in the championship game teams are currently in the locker rooms behind the dugouts, going over their strategies for the championship. It looks like a promising game. Looks like a very promising, very interesting game. We have a couple minutes left on the timer before our... no audio. A couple minutes left on the timer before our next game. For those of you who are just joining us, we just finished our last semifinal game of the evening. The team known as the Nuggies took that, not in actual gameplay, but in a rock, paper, scissors game afterwards, because the game itself was so close. Looking forward to seeing RAV4 again in our next game, which will be a game for third place. Against the... Let's play the third place game. Black team. Our championship game will be coming up later this evening as the Nuggies take on the Shadow Collective. The fearsome might of the Shadow Collective in our 2022 Boiler League of Tag Championship game. I'll take a second and shout out everybody who worked hard to make this thing happen. All of our moderators on the field. We have David Mitchell, our club president, who's organizing this whole thing and pulling the strings. Logan Tang, who's been sort of running CTF in particular and making sure that teams show up on time and that the tournament itself is laid out correctly. I want to thank all of my tech crew for putting stuff together and running around with the cameras. And I want to thank everybody who brought me extension cords. I also want to thank our sponsor, Peace Tea. Peace Tea for when you want tea, but also you want peace. It is the best thing for when you've had to talk on stream for like 6 hours. Peace Tea. I also get Peace Tea when I'm driving between Purdue and home. There's a Casey's just outside of Logansport. I always get it stopped there. I always get a Peace Tea. I love Peace Tea because it's like the price of a soda, but it's so much more beverage, and it tastes better, and I feel like it's healthier for you. It's probably not, but tea is made with leaves, and leaves are healthy, so Peace Tea has to be healthy. look out for more stuff from the Boiler League of Tag. You can find us on Facebook at Boiler Tag or on Instagram at Boiler League of Tag. I think we also have a TikTok. We also have a TikTok account. If you're one of those hip new youngsters who likes to see little goofy little videos, find us on TikTok. I forget what our handle is. I think it's Boiler League of Tag, one word as well. You think I would know, considering I used to manage that. But there's all kinds of really fun videos on there. You'll see fun little clips that you won't see on any of our other social media platforms. So give it a follow, give it a like, give it a friend request. If you have any questions, you can also message us through any of our social media platforms as well. We're going to be right back in just a second. We are currently preparing for the third place game. We have about 2 minutes left in this period before our third place game gets out there. Don't go anywhere unless it's to get a snack. We'll see you right back here in the Mac Arena in 2 minutes. We're back, and I have a very special guest with me. This is our stuffed horse. His name is, I believe, what is his name? Bacon. That's what it was. This is Bacon, our stuffed horse. We use Bacon as a flag and a prop for Capture the Flag and other MacGuffin-style games and our off-season events. These are, off-season events are casual games where it's not so intense. It's just like we pull people in and do some quick 10-15 minute rounds. It's like what you call a parkour if you're familiar with that kind of thing. We can find off-season events every single Friday night in the Purdue Armory. So if you're around campus and you're looking for something to do, check us out at the Purdue Armory on Friday nights. For more information, check out our website, boilerleagueoftag.weebly.com. It has the full schedule of all of our events, off-season, competitive, and otherwise. You can play some games with our stuffed horse that we use as a flag. It looks like both teams are taking the field in preparation for our third place game. Just a reminder, this will be a casual, no stakes third place game to see which of our two losers from the semifinals is better than the other. We have RAV4, who I will remind you lost in a game of rock, paper, scissors. They managed to tie every single round, and they were only bested at the very end by a game in a game of rock, paper, scissors. We have RAV4 versus Black Team. Black Team played in our first semifinal of the day, and they were beaten by the Shadow Collective. Shadow Collective having not lost a game so far. In case you're wondering what we're using for flags today, what we're using is kind of leftovers from what we used last year. We have these PVC flags made out of red cloth, red or blue cloth, and a little stick of PVC. Easy to grab, easy to throw, but not really dangerous. What's up?
You run this?
Give me 1 second. Into the vents. All right, sorry about that. We are back. Black team will be starting on the right side of the field. RAV4 will be starting on the left side of the field. Sorry about that, clicked on the wrong camera input. Just got blackness for a second. Some of this. I gotta go back to the static camera for that. Sudden Death game mode. Not a whole lot of movement coming out of here on these fields. That's usually what happens in these sudden death game modes. Everybody's got lots of ammo. Nobody wants to get tagged. They all just find a good barricade and camp. But they can't camp forever because there's a 5-minute timer, as we've discovered. Ben pushing up the far side of the field. Ben is using today an Ultra Amp. He has converted for short darts. Two minutes remaining. Call from the moderator on the field. 2 minutes left in the sudden death game period. And I am wondering how I can turn on that scoreboard behind everybody, because that would be the way to go. The beauty of playing in a hockey field like this is that the tall plexiglass pieces on top of the wall guarantee that nobody outside of the field will be hit by stray darts, and they mean that we can pick up every single dart that we fire today. Aaron pushing up the left side. Aaron behind this gray barricade in the center. Got our cameraman standing and right in the shot. All right, ruling on the field. That was a draw. Due to the casual nature of this game, all the players are required to grab a rifle blaster from our loaner bin, and the only ammo they can take onto the field is what fits in the blaster. So here's our loaner bin here. You can see them all grabbing takedowns and knockouts, and we got some of those blue things that I don't know what they're called. If you know what they're called, put them in our stream chat. But all the players are just grabbing whatever they want, and we're just doing a rival sudden death. Rival only sudden death. They have to use these blower blasters. They're all entirely stock. They're all internal mag rival blasters that hold between, I don't know, 5 and 10, I guess, if you got the Saturns. And it's you know, that's the great part about being part of a club like this. Is you don't have to take everything seriously. You can take things seriously. You better believe the tournament's going to be super serious, but you don't have to take everything super seriously. And I think that we've done a pretty good job of establishing establishing the culture of our club as something where people can just come and have fun and don't have to stress out about stuff. And I mean, that's why we come out here, just because it's fun, not because it's, I mean, it is intense, but just because at the end of the day, we're all here to have fun. It's not about winning or losing, even though that does happen here. It's about having fun. And our teams are bringing themselves onto the field. Rival only, sudden death, capture the flag for third place. Rival only sudden death for third place. That's right, it's a rival-only sudden death for third place. All rival blasters are stock ones provided by the Boiler League Tag for our members' enjoyment. Me personally, I'd be grabbing that Saturn if I was out there right now. Tell me, what rival blaster would you be grabbing if you were on the field in a game like this? Let us know. For those of you just tuning in, this is a sudden death, no stakes sudden death game of Capture the Flag while our two tournament teams get ready in the locker rooms. Coming up next after this is our championship game, the Nuggets versus the Shadow Collective. Coming up after this, no stakes sudden death Capture the Flag game between our two third place teams. They've agreed to go rival only for this last round. Just because at the end of the day, it's about having fun more than it is about being super competitive and winning. So every player out here today is armed with a stock rival Springer. And you just know that's going to lead to some of the best gameplay we've seen all day at the end of the day. There's the players of RAV4 in the spawn box. On the other side, you can see the players from the Black team. And there's the line, casually walking out of the spawn box like the badasses they are. Noah Larner one-handed that rival takedown like he's the Terminator. Our moderator is reminding people they are allowed to scavenge ammo off the ground for this round, and just in general. Building a tank lets people scavenge because why wouldn't you? Nobody wants to get in range because, again, it is a sudden death round. But they don't have any ammo and they don't have any range, so they have to get close eventually, right? Right? One would think. It is RAV4 completely disregarding cover because why do you need cover when their blasters don't even go far enough to hit you? Trevor exchanging some heavy fire with John on the right side of this screen. Yeah, Trevor goes down. And Black team in disagreement, and look at that. And it's a summer execution. And RAV4 takes that. RAV4 is going to take that. All right. Oh. All right, come here. Call from the mods. It looks like the next real game we'll be playing will be the championship game, so get ready for that. Both teams, I think, are still gearing up and doing some strategizing as well as loading up. I think the mods are going to convene and make sure everything is super clear and put the barricades back to the way they should be. I am going to go mess with our camera setup just a little bit. We'll be right back with more Capture the Flag championship footage after this. In the meantime, enjoy this static camera view of our field. We have our moderators showing off the prizes. Oh, bestowing the third place ribbon to RAV4 for taking that last epic rival game. Third place goes to RAV4. Look at those beautiful trophies. That's Ben with the hat, John, and Aaron. They played a good game today. They crushed many opponents, and they did the absolute best they possibly could. I want to see the thing that they got. Zoom in on it. Get real close. This is RAV4. They've been awarded the bronze trophy. Look at that. Wow. Wow, look at that. That is impressive. Special thanks to them for making it out here today, and for all of our teams who could come out today and play and just have a good time and participate in our Capture the Flag League. We want to thank every team, whether or not they made it into the tournament, whether or not they made it into the championship, whether or not they made it into the semifinals, for coming out here and playing with us today. At the end of the day, it's all about community and getting to just do a fun thing with each other. We are looking forward to the championship game, at least I am. As coming up, we have the Nuggies, those are the fellows in red, versus the Shadow Collective, led by Vivek, I believe, is the team captain for that team. So it's going to be a very interesting game. Neither team in the championship game has lost a game so far. They've also not played each other so far in our Capture the Flag League, so this is going to be very interesting. We have the clear number 1 and number 2 facing off against each other in just a few minutes right here in West Lafayette in the MAC Arena of the Francis Cordova Recreational Center. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our championship game. And we're back to apparently what is some issues, because I am not frozen, and yet I'm frozen on my screen. There we go. And I'm back. I went to get a drink of water and just walk around the general premises, use the facilities, as it were. But nothing happened, right? You tell me something happened while I was gone. We're back with the Boiler League Tag here in West Lafayette, here in the Mac Arena. We're getting ready for our championship game. We have the Nuggies versus the Shadow Collective, the mysterious and powerful sounding Shadow Collective. Here today, they're going to be facing off in just a few minutes on the field. If we go down to the field now, you can see the moderators having a brief powwow with the Nuggies, making sure they understand the rules, I'm sure. That's something we've learned to do over the 4 years we've been doing this, is make sure that the teams understand the rules clearly before each event. And you'd think that'd be pretty self-explanatory, you know. Obviously, you want the... obviously, the teams are going to know the rules, except for there's sometimes you get these small miscommunications that can really come up to bite you later on in the game. Stuff like respawn timers, respawn penalties, etc. So we've gotten the habit of just meeting with the teams as much as possible to make sure that they understand the rules as clearly as possible. And the capture the flag rules are a fluid thing. They're never set in stone. We're always adding, innovating, finding ways to make them better. Every year we find something that doesn't quite work and we make it better. Oh man. Thank you so much, Ed. Do you want to... There's our mobile camera operator. He's visiting the Nuggies spawn box. You can kind of see the setup we have there. You have to take the flag into the box to score, and that's where you have to stand while you're counting to 20. Respawn timers for this year are 20 seconds. They've changed year by year. I remember when they were at 30 seconds, and I know recently we had them as low as 10, depending on the size of the field and the amount of people playing. What? Is this hooked up? We have a new camera. We have the press box camera right here in front of me. This is what I'm seeing as I sit here in the press box and narrate these events. All right, this is it. And there's the start whistle kicking off this 2022 tournament. The Nuggies in red versus Shadow Collective in just eclectic colors. This is the 2022 tournament. This is what it all comes down to. Both of these teams have fought very hard and very long to be here today, standing as the number 1 and number 2 teams of the Boiler League of Tag. What we have here is a very intense game. Both teams are taking up positions on the center line. Both teams are trying to get in those lucky shots, trying to make an opportunity that they can exploit to get behind the other team and grab that flag. I love listening to those FDLs. The burst fire. Oh, some impressive dodging on the back line there by Andrew. John Kang, number 42, pushing up. Andrew making a run. Oh, but he's tagged out. Sorry, that was Sam, number 69, pushing for the flag, or to get tagged out. Andrew moving up to take that position. Grabbing the flag, but he doesn't get far before he's taken, and John manages to bring the flag all the way back to their side for a flag capture. That is a cap for the Nuggies. I also want to point out that during that flag capture, all 3 members of the team had their hands on that flag in what is an exemplary instance of a team working in unison to bring home the goal. All 3 players kept their... All 3 players kept their eyes on the prize, and they worked together to pick it up as soon as one of them got tagged, and it paid off. I mean, they got that thing back. It took them a little bit, but they got it back. Moderators are resetting the flag and giving each team 30 seconds to get back to the spawn box. We can see the teams as they run back to the spawn box. Let's go to our man on the field. And that's the whistle. Both teams are off. See, Shadow Collective has speed behind them for sure. Sam's still in the spawn box putting on his knee pads. That's going to hurt them. We've seen earlier that he is definitely a master of the slide, but I think this late start off the line is going to put his team at a significant disadvantage. It's basically 2v3 until he gets in. And that's the main difference between 3v3 and 5v5, like we've done a couple of times in the past. In 5v5, having a man down doesn't really change the balance. But in 3v3, as soon as any player gets hit, your team loses a third of its fighting force. Sam is in the game, taking up position behind that backmost barricade for the Nuggies, sliding away something there, clearly. The Shadow Collective is holding the line. One of their teammates got tagged out, but they are content to hold and wait for him to respawn. He's back in the spawn box 10 and 20, and he's back in the game. Sam pushing up the far right line. That's Sam number 69 for the Nuggies. Andrew taking that center using a spam. Oh, there's the knee pads in play right there. I spoke too soon. Oh, wow. Minute 45 remaining, and Sam with a slide into the goal for that. That's 2-0. That's 2-0 for the Nuggies. Looks like those knee pads are definitely playing off. This, I think, is a good advertisement for wearing knee pads in Nerf. Watching this man slide around like the floor is made of ice, I mean, I almost want a pair, although I know I would break my back the first time I tried to do that. The very first time I slid, I would just wipe out and break my nose. 10 seconds left on the clock. The moderator gives each team a 30-second grace period to get back to their spawn box as they reset the flag. Teams that don't comply are met with respawn penalties. This keeps the games moving fast and keeps them from taking forever. Over here by the Shadow Collective, taking up the backmost barricades, doing some peeking, trying to figure out how to take the center. It looks like the Nuggies do in fact have that center barricade. They're pushing the Shadow Collective back just a little bit, keeping them on the back foot, just a tiniest bit of pressure, and one member of the Shadow Collective goes down with a hit. 45 seconds left in the match. John moving up the right side. Andrew moving up the center. .30 seconds remaining on the clock. Nuggies have pushed all the way up to the other team's spawn. There's only one piece of cover between where they are and where the other team will be stepping back into the game. I want to say there's one man up from the Shadow Collective, and Sam grabs the flag, bringing it back over to his side of the field. With 10 seconds left on the clock for an easy flag cap for the Nuggies. 3-0 Nuggies. Round 1 ends with a 3-0 win for the Nuggies. 3-0 for the Nuggies. A 3-0 win for the Nuggies in round 1. That's a 3-0 win for the Nuggies in round 1. This is the Boiler League of Tag. We're playing competitive capture the flag here today in the Mac Arena, the France Cordova Recreational Center. We're glad that you could join us. If you're just now tuning in, you're in for a treat. We have just finished the first round of our Capture the Flag championship game. Capture the Flag is played in 3 rounds of 5 minutes. The first round was a victory for the Nuggies, a team from West Lafayette, a team of students. Yes, a team of students that has been doing a phenomenal job this season, both in open field play and in the tournament. The Nuggies are up today against the Shadow Collective, a ragtag band of underdogs that ended up doing way better than anyone expected them to. Initially, because they all signed up as individuals. They did not sign up as a team. They signed up as individuals for our Capture the Flag League. But they met each other, and they trained, and they worked together, and it really paid off. They fought their way up the hard way to be at the top of the pack. And we're so glad they're here today. The Shadow Collective are coming into this tournament game having never lost a single match. So is this the first game they lose, the championship game? Or are they going to pull it out just like they've pulled out so many other games before this? Stay tuned for more. Both teams are reloading for the next round of the game. I don't think it's... Yeah, I do think it is reloading. I do think it is reloading. If you're looking to learn more about Purdue's Capture the Flag League and how we run things, check out the Capture the Flag page on our website at boilerleagueoftag.weebly.com/Capture the Flag League. You can also find a complete schedule of all of our events, as well as a leaderboard with all of our Capture the Flag teams and their ranks. We're so glad to have you with us here today watching our stream. If you're just tuning in, we're here with the Boiler League of Tag. We're playing a tournament. This is the tournament of our Capture the Flag League. This is a 3v3 league where teams of 3 face each other in 3 5-minute rounds, best 2 of 3. And whichever team can capture the most flags wins. It's a pretty simple game of get the flag and bring it back to where you spawn. Right now, we're in sort of a break period in between rounds while the teams reload and grab a drink of water. They'll be back on the field in a matter of minutes. This is not really a long timeout. It's just a short timeout for teams to switch sides and gear up and get ready for the next round of the game. 30 seconds left on the clock. Oh, an impressive cartwheel by Andrew, number 02 for the Nuggies. Impressive cartwheel by Andrew. 30 seconds left on the clock.
How's your sanity holding up?
It's fine. It's great.
Well, I haven't gotten an interview. I've been here all day.
It's true. A lot of people haven't gotten interviews. Are you?
Commentator in high school. Commentating in high school.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's start this round. Moderator just checking for the teams.
You're doing good, though.
Thank you. And that's the whistle. Both teams off the line. It's the initial part of each round that is always the slowest as the teams try to feel each other out just a little bit. Try to get a glimpse of the other team's strategy while not showing too much of their own. An impressive hit by the Nuggies on the forwardmost member of the Shadow Collective. He takes his hit, goes back to his spawn box to respawn. Shadow Collective consistently plays it just slightly more risky than the Nuggies do, I think. I think you can make the case that they generally push further out of the gate. And I wonder if that's not been working for them that well in this particular game. We have David on the yellow barricade on the far right for the Shadow Collective, really making that Tomcat work with his across-the-field shots, really trying to get back in there and take out that rearmost player. Really, they're doing a pretty excellent job of holding the line here. Even though they're down a player, they've survived long enough for him to... Oh! And the Nuggies take the center barricade. That's going to make things more difficult. But nonetheless, since their third player is back in, it is again a 3v3. The only thing the Shadow Collective lost was a favorable position. Sam going for the flag. Knee slide that did not ultimately get him anywhere. But John making up the...
Sounds like it's outside.
difference. The Nuggies deep in enemy territory now, with John on the press box side and Andrew on the far side with a spamp. Oh, and David clearing him out of there. David and John, that puts the Shadow Collective up by 2 players. And they're trying to make the most of it. They lost David to Sam off the spawn box. It is just Sam versus 2 of the Shadow Collective players. Sam takes one, and we have Vivek with the flag grab, bringing it back as the only surviving player of his team. That's a point for the SC. That is a point for the SC. They're showing just how well they work together. seizing that opportunity, taking that. They made the most of that opportunity. They identified it and made the most of that opportunity. And those are the kind of plays we love to see, you know, the spur of the moment ones that when the whole team just collectively recognizes that they're up 2 people and just goes for it. And they fill in for each other and they cover each other as they move down the field. It was a good sight to see from a group of individuals who didn't know each other prior to this event. Both teams back. And the round continues. The Nuggies taking the center barricade this time as Andrew moves in there with his spamp. 45 seconds left on the clock from the mod on the field. 45 seconds left on the clock. Let's check this camera. I don't like this camera because it's pretty pixelated, but it does have a good angle. 30 seconds left on the clock from the mod on the field. 30 seconds. The Nuggies going all in, trying to get that flag, and I believe Andrew's still alive. Andrew and John moving in. They've taken out all 3 of their opponents, and they're making their way across the field. That's going to be a flag capture for the Nuggies. That brings it to the Nuggies, 1-1. The round is now a draw with just 10 seconds left on the clock. I was mistaken. That will be the end of round 2. I was mistaken. Round 2 ends 1-1. It's a draw with each team having scored 1 point. Round 1 was a resounding victory for the Nuggies. Round 2, a draw, 1-1. Can the Shadow Collective bring it back in round 3, or are the Nuggies going to cinch yet another victory? Join us as we come back in just a few moments for round 3. Is that round 3? Round 3 of our championship game, 2022 championship game. We're back in the World League of Tag Press booth. We're here with someone we've seen before. This is John.
Glad to be back.
Yes. What team were you on today, John?
I was on Toyota RAV 4x4.
Yes, that's the full name?
Yes.
I didn't know that was the full name. I just saw RAV4 on the thing.
Yeah.
You guys got that lovely medal.
Yes.
Show that to the audience a little bit. Look at that. Wow. That's phenomenal.
Real medal, too.
But the reason I brought you here today is I want to talk about that blaster.
Okay. I will do what I can to answer any questions about it.
I was trying to get Ben on here because Ben built this, correct? Aaron built this. But Ben was using it today in our tournament. Ben was using this blaster today in our tournament, but he declined to be on an interview, so John appeared to hold this for us. What is this blaster?
This is a Ultra 5 Ultra amp that has been lipoed and modified to shoot half darts.
Put it on the camera. Yes. They want to see it. The viewers love this. Viewers love you. They want to see it. There we go. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. Look at this like color separation on the paint job. It's amazing. You can't see it, but I can, and it's a cool paint job. How well does it work, John?
It works pretty well.
I was a ways away.
It's a little bit finicky at times.
Right.
Like sometimes like the trigger jams or the darts don't feed right, but when it does work, it works well.
Interesting.
It's semi-automatic, so one trigger pulls one dart. But all around, I think it's a very good blaster. It served my team very well.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Let's show off this magazine here. You can't see it in the frame, but look how ridiculously long this thing is. Look at that. Look at that. How many darts does that fit?
I believe the bottom one holds 29, and the top one holds 18.
So like 50?
Yeah,
50-ish?
Around like 50-ish. What's 29? What's 29 plus 18? 47.
47. So is that your entire ammo allotment right there?
No. We have more.
No, they have more. Wow.
John, talk about the uneven balancing because of Aaron using a knockout.
Oh yeah. So I believe all around then he had, I believe at his max point he had around 101 darts.
101 darts for this?
On his person,
so
yes.
Ben was using this blaster with 101 darts in a game where normal people are restricted to how many?
60.
60. So the team balance is set up with 60 darts per person.
Yes. So
but he had 101. How did you get him to have 101 darts?
Well, there are these, and he also carries around like three other, I believe, 18 rounders in his pockets.
Yeah, but how does your team balance that? Because all those darts have to come from somewhere.
Good point.
You can't just like have more than everyone else.
Yes. So I had a striker, which was also mag fed.
Right. I did see that. You were making some good plays with that.
Yeah. So simple pump action and pretty slow fire rate, so I could afford to carry. I believe I usually carried around 2 mags on my person total.
Right.
And Aaron also, he was using a knockout.
Right.
So he could just carry however many darts he wanted in his pockets. And he could just fill as he went from the pockets or just off the field.
Right. So he just didn't run with the darts basically.
Yeah, essentially.
Sounds good. Thanks so much for your time. I want to talk to you more, but I can hear them trying to start the next round, and I know our viewers would love to see the final round of the championship game. Thank you very much, John, for your time. Thank you for showing us your blaster.
No problem.
Your team did great.
Thank you.
If you're watching this, well, thank you for watching our stream.
That was John again, Jonathan Gray with the Ultra Amp his team was using this time. I do love that blaster. I'm thinking about getting one for myself. Maybe. We'll see. We're getting ready for round 3 of our championship game. The mods are calling the players to the field here shortly. We have our media guy going over to check out the Nuggies end zone.
And they won't let me renew it.
Wait, your parking pass doesn't expire?
No, I parked in one of the parking spots.
Oh, you definitely got those. They were out there. I saw them.
I don't know what the spot is.
Yeah, I take a picture of it every time. I have a picture of every single spot on campus that's like a pay to park. So whenever I park there, I just like.
Where's the lights for our viewers?
Because they're like,
don't park on the 2-hour paid parking.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Both teams are making their way back to the field for the final round of our championship game.
Ben, go now. Like now. It's that late. You're told. Oh, it's that late. Let's go Nuggies! Let's go Nuggets! Buddy, you're a young man from my in the street.
And that's the whistle for the final round. He's moving heavy off the far side. Sam, number 69. Moving in on the right with some suppressing fire. Ooh. Andrew makes his way into enemy territory and paying for it. I don't think he got hit.
Wait, what?
He did not get hit. He got chased out, but he did not get hit. And he's able to come back for a flag grab. He does. He has the flag. Andrew has the flag.
And he's just gonna walk with it, folks.
He's bringing it back to his side for a flag cap for the Nuggies. Flag cap for the Nuggies. Pretty impressive play by Andrew, showing there is a tactical advantage to falling back sometimes, as he's able to get himself out of the way of the darts by running back towards his own side, only to then run around the entire field and grab the flag and bring it home for a victory. By the way, I am sorry that one camera keeps going to a black screen when I try to flip to it. I don't know what the deal is with that. And there's the whistle. Both teams are out of the starting lines. It's the first couple of seconds when everyone's out of cover. If you can land a couple of shots, that can make the difference between winning and losing the game. Oh, clean shot. That was a clean shot. I did not see where that dart came from. That hit Andrew on the far side of the field. David moving up towards the center, and he's hit, unfortunately.
Sam just dominating the field.
Shadow Collective taking the center, taking their side of the center. Andrew moving up towards those horizontal barricades, which give us some nice latitudinal play on the field.
And they're off.
He's crossed the center line. Nuggies have pushed up. They have the center barricades and the ones on the other team's side. Sam with the flag. Oh, but he gets hit. Now it's a 2v2. Andrew trying to take out Vivek, but Vivek is in that L-shaped cover, and David making sure nobody gets that flag by establishing a firm foothold just in front of it. Oh! Oh! Shadow Collective coming out of nowhere with grabbing that flag, but he's gunned down on the center line. Vivek trying to finish the job, grabbing that flag from the center, bringing it back for a flag cap. Wow. No? Oh, no, he got shot. He got shot just before he get that in. That's a nice save by Sam. Sam. Oh, with almost what would have been a cool tag, but unfortunately, Not cool enough. He is gunned down in cold blood, and the Shadow Collective gets a point, bringing this round to a tie, 1-1. We're looking at the final game. For those of you just tuning in, this is the Boiler League of Tag. This is our final round of the final game of this year's Capture the Flag League. It's a pretty intense round. Both teams up 1 flag capture. The mods are resetting the flags right now in our 30-second timeout period. Both teams are making their way back to the spawn box for this game. 15 seconds left on the timeout. This has been a pretty epic tournament so far. We've seen some absolutely phenomenal plays. We've seen some great plays. We've seen some bad plays. We've seen it all, folks. And it all comes down to the last 2 minutes of this game right here, right now. And there's the whistle. Both teams are off. You can tell the players know just how much is on the line right here. That's the call from the mod on the field. 1 minute left on the timer. 1 minute left on the timer. Score is 1-1. Both teams will have to push if they want this to end in anything other than a draw. 45 seconds on the field. That's the call from the mod on the field. 45 seconds left on the clock.
Let's go to a sudden death.
30 seconds remaining on the clock. Pretty epic stalemate. The Nuggies control the center, but and John moving up the far side. And he's got the flag, but he drops it. And that's going to be the end of that round. Oh, and they're going to call it. Technically, that game is going to go to the Nuggies. That was a tie on that third round, but since they had won the first one, the second round ended up as a tie, and the third round ended up as a tie. That makes them the winner of the best of 3. Ultimately, an anticlimactic finish to an otherwise very eventful tournament. We're going to join our teams on the field for the medal ceremony now. We're joining our teams on the field for the medal ceremony now. Let's listen in and hear what the moderators are saying.
Well, if you'd like to stand on you, you can get Tony.
How are you doing? Oh.
All right, let's start. With our second place team. So, Shadow Collective. You guys were a team of Team Random that all signed up individually and came out being second place. This is really good. Congrats to all of you guys. There you go.
Alright, Shadow Collective. Alright, Shadow Collective.
Pictures.
Look at the camera for me. All right, guys. Look at the camera for me. 3, 2, 1.
She's on our team.
She's on mine. She's on second place. Shout out to our fourth member.
All right, cool. And for the first place team, which is Nuggies, you know, Brett McDonald. Yeah. There you guys go. How you doing, man? Congratulations!
All right. Look at the camera for me. Look at the camera. All right. 3, 2, 1.
I'm down here on the field with David Mitchell after the end of that medal ceremony. What are your thoughts on the whole tournament, David, on the event as a whole?
I'm just a moderator. I thought it was fun, only from a spectator's point of view. I mean, I was just watching the game, making sure people weren't tagged.
What was the best play?
Oh, man. You're going to make me come up with something. There were many that I really liked. Currently, the most recent one that I have would be watching Andrew fight up here in the front.
Right.
And he managed to go from... Like, he managed to run all the way to the enemy side and run all the way back to his side just to escape.
Yeah, I did catch that. That's pretty intense. He's got some legs. He's fast.
Yeah.
He's outrunning the darts in a straight line almost. Not quite, but almost. That's what it seemed like. That's what it seemed like.
I agree with that.
Thank you very much, David, for your thoughts and opinions and for hosting this event. Huge shout out to the Border League Tag moderators as a whole. You can support them online. You can find them on their website at borderleaguetag.weebly.com. Come to an event. It's pretty fun. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
Can we do that?
Yeah, I could do that.
Yes.
Thank you. It's good to see you, Will.
It's been a pleasure. I want to give a huge shout out here in the press box to everyone who made this event happen, all the moderators who worked hard to come up with the rules and enforce it, as well as my tech team who ran around like a chicken with his head cut off the whole time getting stuff done. I also want to thank the players who came out and had a good time, and for the League of Tag as well, just for letting me come out and make some fun content for our YouTube page that nobody will ever watch. Let's be real. I'm here with Sam, who just won. Do you have any final thoughts, Sam, before we close out?
I thought it was pretty interesting this year. I like being in this place. It's different than normal.
Yes. What are your thoughts on the 3v3 versus the 5v5 that we've done previously?
I prefer the 5v5, I think. Although the 3v3 is nice for a smaller club like us because it allows us to have more teams.
I don't think
we're not small.
We're that small.
Okay.
I do not.
Medium-sized club.
Medium-sized is accurate.
Mid-sized club. For a mid-sized club like us, I think it's pretty solid because it gives us a lot more teams. Like literally, triple the amount of teams. So
it was a good sized league this year.
Yeah, and we didn't have any problems like last year. So the people showing up. But it was very fun, and it's very different from Ion Rush because I prefer Ion Rush over Capture the Flag.
Really?
Capture the Flags.
Interesting.
I like running it to the other side. I think it might just be the 5v5.
Oh, yeah.
And the higher FPS cap. I like the high FPS cap.
So wait, who was in your team last year that wasn't in your team this year?
For Capture the Flag?
Yeah.
Everybody. Nobody is on the same team as me. But it's my boiler dome team that's playing Capture the Flag right now.
Yeah. Very cool. Well, thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us. A huge thank you to everybody at Purdue and the League of Tag who made this event possible. If you're looking to connect with the Boiler League of Tag in other ways, find us on Instagram at Boiler League of Tag. Please stalk us, check us out. We do all kinds of fun stuff. Check out our YouTube. There's some fun videos. We do all kinds of random eclectic things. And you can also find us on Facebook, but I wouldn't. Find us on the web at boilerleagueoftag.weebly.com to figure out when our next event that you can be at is, and we will see you there. In the meantime, I gotta go help these guys tear down, so I'm gonna leave it on a stream so you can watch everybody pick away the barricades. But this will be the last time I talk to you. Have a good night. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you at our next event.
all of our one group stuff